I received an urgent message from my father. He's dropped the charges. It will still be difficult. There's a lot we need to speak about, but I think we may be able to mend our relationship, thanks to you. Of course, we will be taking things slow. There is a lot of trust to rebuild. But he acknowledged and apologized for his past behavior. That is a good first step, and I'm willing to let him back into my life, bit by bit, as long as he proves his words and commits to change. Without your intervention, this would not have been possible. And I can finally treat this. Thank you. I cannot repay you enough. I'm feeling much better now, thanks to your help.
It takes guts and character to be a miner out here. Got a problem or something? What? You're leaving?
There's something very satisfying about blasting about pieces of Mars. Sure is. Mars is rich with mineral deposits, even this close to the city. Although we're also clearing out the space here to make way for possible future city improvements. Not sure what's gonna go here when we're done, how long it's gonna take, or even if it'll ever happen, but it'd be nice to see the city grow. Oh, I'm the blasting supervisor. I help take care of tricky deposits and expanding sections of the mine using controlled detonations. It's much faster than normal mining, but also more dangerous. Not as much as they used to be, but Mars is still ripe with minerals for the taking. Did you know they used controlled particle detonations in the deep mines? Crazy, huh? It must have been awesome to set all that up. I just use regular old explosive charges in my detonations, but I take what I can get, huh? Oh, that? It's a legendary chunk of titanium ore that any miner would love to get their hands on. I can only assume Layla told you about it. She's obsessed, but too scared to go after it herself. Because of the curse. But you do you. Don't let her scare you off. That's why it takes someone with my qualifications and supervision to do it right. Or else terrible things can happen. About a year ago, some rookie kid thought he could increase his yield, so he strung up a bunch of charges and almost brought down a whole cave. We tightened up safety protocols since then, and haven't had any accidents since. Well, at least none related to explosions. Not my team's explosions, that is. See you around.
Don't be caught on the Martian surface without proper protective gear.
I'm beat.
All outside
That's
surface
what happens when you work
activities
harder
require
than
the use
anyone
of a
else.
certified safety
Okay,
suit.
bye.
Wow. I didn't think Hank had it in him to be a hero like that. Great, now that you helped us get that new equipment. What a difference it makes. We're pumping out yields that would have taken twice the crew before. As I'm sure you know, we're responsible for supplying resources to Deimos Star Yards, which, that, among other major projects, the prestige and pay that comes with it, almost makes up for being... See you around.
Just because the governor's office is right there on the main level doesn't...
Sometimes I feel like these mines just run themselves. I like... To think that's thanks to me. Do you work for me? Have a good one.
To show up. Looks like Adler finally did something right for once. So, big shot. I hear Adler thinks you're good enough to join our crew. You're funny. I hate funny. Remember that. So, before I put you to work, let's get everything out in the open. I don't know if Adler mentioned it, and for his sake, I hope he hasn't. But you aren't about to sign up with any average pirate crew. You're signing up with the Crimson Fleet. That's if you get through this little task I have planned for you. There's a medical supply ship called the Ragana, jumping into Enceladus's orbit. On board that ship, you'll find a traitor named Austin Rake. I want him dead. This job isn't about the loot, but I suppose every dog needs its scraps. Keep whatever worthless junk is on that ship. Just remember, the only thing that matters is that Rake dies. It's done when Rake stops breathing. Head back here when you're finished. And don't keep me waiting for long. I've been tracking Rick for months. He's making it tough, not gonna lie. He changes his location and identity so often, it's costing me a small fortune just to keep tabs. But you know what? It's worth every damn cred. He's made me look like a fool in front of Delgado, and I'm gonna have his head on a pike. Rake used to run with the fleet. Hell, I'm the one who vouched for him in the first place. Back then he had a different name and a different identity. He was a damn good earner too, brought in a ton of creds. Everything was fine until he wanted out. So he ran. And nobody, I mean nobody, runs away from the fleet.
It's always good to see a friend.
I was afraid of that. Look, we are not built for combat. What is it you want exactly? Choice, do I? Okay, docking bay is open. Let's talk. We have unlocked the hatch. You're free to dock.
I am not sure what to make of you being here. If you wanted to kill us, you could have done that from your ship. If you wanted our cargo, we could have jettisoned it. I guess I should just stop talking and let you say your piece. Our cargo is valuable, but not in the way you mean. It is medical supplies for New Homestead. It should not be of any concern to you. But then again, nothing about this makes sense. Now, do you mind telling us what this is all about? You really do not know which one of us is Rake, do you? And you do not seem to care either, which makes me think you really want to save him. Okay, I have idea. We can strike his name from Manifest, make it so he was never on board. Then, when we dock, we will leave him on this ship and deliver him to another port. That is fair. We do not want any part of the fleet. Is that all right with you, Austin?
Do I have a choice?
It does not appear you do. Well then, it is agreed. You go back to your ship and we will make sure Rake was never on ours. And in case any of your handlers get suspicious, here. We had an extra crate of supplies loaded, in case one got damaged. This should be proof you were not here to bargain.
oral history of Constellation's most decorated members. It's just me repeating your name into a data slate for 5 hours.
I thought we were dead. I can't believe it.
We will make sure Rake's name is taken off the manifest. And I hope you do not take this the wrong way, but I hope our paths never cross again. We will make sure Rake's name is taken. And I hope you do not take this...
This unpleasantness aside, the people of New Homestead will be grateful.
So you're the fleet's new dog, huh? So now what? They're gonna put me in a sys-def prison? I'm not saying it's worse than death, but it's pretty damn close.
Thank you for letting us go.
Thank you for letting us go.
This is a beautiful place, don't you think?
Help me with some target practice. Is that your best shot? I need those shields back online.
Hello? Is anyone there? Seems to be an echo in this ship. I can take a few items. Of course, I would also label you an imposter, since you need no assistance from anyone. This is quite the adventure, isn't it?
under control. But it definitely went faster after you jumped into the fight. Now tell me about the Rakana. Give me some good news, then we can go celebrate. Huh. No kidding. That'll make Delgado happy, seeing as our hands are clean. I would have preferred if you hadn't left witnesses behind, but at least you got the job done. Anyway, you wanted into the Crimson Fleet? Well, you're in. Yep, it's that simple. Hope this business with Rakes taught you something. Because I'm about to stick my neck out and vouch for you. If you screw up, and I wind up looking like an asshole, I'm gonna send someone after you. We clear? You better stow that crap before you make me change my mind. Now that you know the deal, it's time to see what you signed up for. I'm gonna upload the coordinates for our headquarters in the Crick system. Spacers call it the key, the fleet calls it home. Head out there as soon as you can. Don't keep me waiting long.
It's a beautiful day to be alive.
pleasant to see you.
nice to see you.
I can just imagine the asteroids quaking in fear when they see how sturdy you've built our ship.
Acknowledged. You're clear to dock at docking port 1. The commander will be waiting for you in operations.
Commander Ikonde wants to see you. Follow me.
Captain, greetings.
I had a friend on Regana. I hope I'll be able to see him next time we're on shore leave.
Wherever the Crimson Fleet go, we'll follow. At ease, soldier. We got the message from the Regana about Austin Rick. We had him dropped off at a separate port, off the books. Suffice to say, he's got a lot to answer for. That's a smart line to follow. Part of this role you're playing means having to make hard choices. Just remember not to lose yourself in the part. Oh, one more thing before we move on. For transparency's sake, you should know we were the ones that hired Ecliptic to attack Neva's ship. There was concern after what happened with the Regana that you might have trouble earning Neva's trust. Coming to her rescue ensured that would not be a problem. Ah, so I take it you have good news. Were you able to join the fleet? It's a dangerous plan, and you came awfully close to killing an innocent crew. Luckily, you have a good head on your shoulders, and did the right thing. Now it's time for the next phase of the mission.
Our intel on Saoirse was correct. After we received reports on your interaction with Adler Kemp, we picked up on your rendezvous with Neva Mora.
Our files indicate she's second in command, so getting on her good side will ensure you get into the Crimson Fleet. The woman has a record that could stretch across Seoul and back. She started young as one of Neon's street rats, and worked her way up to second in command. She's a force to be reckoned with, so don't underestimate her. Yes, you passed your first test and you're still alive. But before we get too confident, that either means she suspects nothing, or she intends to make an example of you later. Just remember, these are ruthless criminals, so don't let your guard down.
And their ruthlessness is only surpassed by their cunning. You should proceed with caution, regardless of how well you think you've ingratiated yourself.
So what's next for you on Neva's agenda? The Vigilance is equipped with one of the most advanced intelligence suites in the UC fleet. Nothing slips through. You can rest assured, if the Crimson Fleet had any access to our whereabouts or have infiltrated our security, we'd know. As long as you're here, your identity is safe. Where you'll meet Delgado, no doubt.
Delgado is the leader of the Crimson Fleet. I have a profile here with some information on his background. You'll want to know the individual cadences of every member of the fleet, but Delgado's most of all.
In any case, now that you're with the fleet, you'll be operating independently. We will shadow you eventually, but we'll need to maintain our distance for now, especially while you're on the quay. This will also give us time to bolster our defenses, should we need to engage with the fleet in the future.
Sir, on that note, shall we begin implementing the upgrade to our shields?
Immediately, Lieutenant. Notify the engineers and relay the information to the crew. I hope your entry into the fleet has overcome any doubts you may have had regarding your mission. It certainly increased my estimates on success. Keep up the good work. We'll expect further reports. Dismissed.
Lieutenant Toft is as organized as they come. You can be sure she'll keep our T's crossed and guns loaded.
We don't have a full map of the fleet's roster. The members change too quickly. Things are progressing rather quickly. I'm sure the commander is pleased. That's right. It's something we've requested a while ago, in preparation for a future conflict with the fleet. Once we finalize everything and run a few tests, we'll have the defenses needed for a jump to the Crick system when the time comes. Sure, we have a database of profiles you can read, which should help you ingratiate yourself with the group. However, the profiles are a guide, not gospel. Use what you can, fill in the blanks, and play off that. I imagine when you're done, you'll be able to generate far more accurate profiles than what we have in our system. 2 reasons. First, Commander Akande's playing this operation extremely close to the vest. That means keeping prisoners under his own roof until this is resolved. Second, this is an undercover mission. For our safety and yours, we need to keep these prisoners out of the spotlight. The system was originally called Alpha Ophiuchi, until a flag was planted there by Jasper Crix, the founder of the Crimson Fleet. Since it was crucial that space travelers avoided that system, navigators marked it as Crix on star maps as a warning. They could have just as easily labeled it Crimson Fleet, so I'm guessing the pirates themselves were responsible for spreading their leader's name. Over the years, people forgot the system's original designation and started calling it the Crix system. It's been that way ever since. Good luck on the key.
We've been trying for years to get someone on the inside, and now we have it. Our directive is simple. We are tasked with the eradication of space piracy in the settled systems. As the chief source of pirate activity, the Crimson Fleet is our primary target. Extremely critical. It's unfortunate that Regana caught itself in the crossfire of Neva Mora's personal vendetta. Fortunately, your actions allowed the Regana to reach New Homestead with its cargo intact. I've asked my superiors the same thing, but the Council is resistant to the notion that the Crimson Fleet is a serious threat. They perceive the pirates as simple opportunists and thieves, willing to betray each other the moment a better offer arrives. In actuality, I believe the fleet is a massive threat, one that's growing more and more organized as the years pass. They're a menace to civilized society. They attack supply ships, terrorize systems, and kill innocents, all under a banner of greed. But it's not just that. I strongly believe that the UC has a duty to destroy the Crimson Fleet. After all, it was our fault that the Crimson Fleet was unleashed upon the settled systems in the first place. I'm not at liberty to explain the origin of the Crimson Fleet right now, but suffice to say, it's a massive embarrassment to the UC. All I can tell you is that the key and the planet that it's orbiting once belonged to the United Colonies, and they were lost to those pirates. The Crimson Fleet is a product of our negligence, and I aim to rectify that mistake. Thank you. I wasn't sure what you were planning to do with them, or if you still needed them for your cover. We'll make sure they get transported to their original destination. Best of luck. You are headed into a snake pit. Be sure to watch your step. We're back. Anything to report? We got the message from... Suffice to... That's something we're looking into, but it doesn't seem like he knows much. He might be better served as bait. For now, we'll keep him in the brig. Perhaps you could pay him a visit there sometime? I'm sure he'd be pleased to see you. That's a smart line to follow. Part of this role, just remember not to lose yourself in the part. Oh, one more thing before we move on. For transparency, there was concern coming to her. They are mercenaries for hire. If they are paid enough money, Ecliptic would attack the Vigilance. It wasn't terribly difficult to convince them to attack an isolated Crimson Fleet ship. Just expensive. But a gamble that hopefully paid off. On that note, how did things go with Neva? Were you able to join the fleet? Then it worked. You're in. Sounds like everything is going as expected. Now it's time for the next phase of the mission.
Our intel on Saoirse was correct. After we received...
Our files indicate... The woman has a record that could stretch across Sol and back. She started. She's a force... Yes, you pass your... But before we get too confident, just remember...
And their ruthlessness is all you should perceive.
So what's next for you? Where you'll meet Delgado.
Delgado is the leader. You'll want to know...
In any case, now that we will shadow you event, this will also give...
Sir, on that note...
Immediately, Lieutenant. I hope you're entering. Keep up the good work. This is just the beginning, but it's an important first, extremely critical. Fortunately, they're a menace to civilized society. They attack supply ships, terrorize... But it's not just that. After all, I'm not at liberty to... All I can tell, the Crimson Fleet... Our directive is the chief source of pirate. I've asked my superiors. They perceive the pirate in actuality. Report back when you're done.
As a member of the... We don't have a full map of the fleet's roster. The members changed too quickly. The system was original. Since it was... They could have just as easily... Over the year? Sure. However, I imagine when you're done... That's right. It's something we've requested once we finalize every... 2 reasons. First, second, stay the course.
First mission in the books and no casualties. Good work.
The fleet call us sharks. They know what happens when we see red. Howdy. Sometimes we'll take the long-range fighters out for grav jump and patrol high-traffic orbitals for fleet.
Commander Ikande's so decorated, you could play a game of checkers with all the medals on his chest.
You're starting to get some fans around here. I still don't buy it, though. The act.
SysDef Marines are the best of the best.
I don't know about you.
People who work undercover, they're sneaky by nature, hard to read. When I fly, I want someone beside me who I can predict. Boxes by the Marquess of Queensbury rules. But you're a southpaw, a wild card. That isn't it. We've got plenty of fresh faces picked right from the academy. But yours happen to come from a different farm. The prison one, if we're being honest. But if Commander Ikande says you're Sistef, then you are one of us. For now. Still there?
Did you have to chase that fleet ship through that asteroid belt? Provided it's safe. At some point, the risk isn't worth catching a few criminals. Just try and show a little more concern for your personal safety.
The fleet's getting desperate if they're bringing on random thugs off the space lanes.
That's what makes this move so brilliant. They won't suspect a thing.
But what if they're thinking the same thing? What if they hired a pirate to...
You know, I got places to be, birds to fly.
We're playing chess. They're playing the drums.
What are we hearing in terms of chatter?
Not much. Some talk about new personnel and some speculation regarding the fate of the Brigada.
It'd be fun.
Okay, but if you hear anything else, keep the lieutenant posted. If word of the operation leaks, we need to know before the fleet does.
Might want to put the power back in your engines, Chip.
If you want to take down a pirate, you've got to play a little dirty.
Missions.
You still there? You know, I got places to be, birds to fly.
We're getting reports of increased fleet activity near Volii.
That's a Freestar system.
Still, if pirates are involved, shouldn't we go after them?
It depends. But the name on our chest says UC. And given the FC fought us tooth and nail to get their independence, our gunship showing up on their doorstep won't be seen as neighborly.
Might want to put the power back in your engines, chimp.
We need more recreational activities on this ship.
Like what? Darts? I've seen you shoot. Don't even bother.
You still there?
Someone on SSNN was saying the Crimson Fleet only gets violent as a last resort.
I didn't know pirates had a propaganda arm.
I mean, there is some truth to it. Killing's not their main motive.
Well, yeah, they aren't spacers or House of Varun, but they'll do whatever it takes to get your creds.
You know, I got places to be, birds to fly.
How's the training coming along?
Training? What training? I've mostly been learning on the job.
Oh, right. I forgot.
Might want to put the power back in your engines, chimp. I cut my teeth on space trucks, believe it or not. Before I got my stripes, I was just another cargo hauler trying to earn an honest wage. But after a couple slick escapes, I got recruited to the academy and went from dodging pirates to hunting them. Thing is, some of my best tricks were with a big rig. Ever try a pitchback with a Hope Tech truck with 2 fleet wraiths on your tail? Compared to that, doing it with a military fighter is a piece of cake.
I can't believe you ate those alien plants we picked up on the last mission.
Stop busting my grav drive. I only did that once.
Yeah, well, you can eat just about anything once.
You still there?
What's this I hear about you getting ambushed by Fleet?
It wasn't an ambush, it was an accident. We grav jumped to the same place at the same time.
Stars, what system was that? Cheyenne Fen?
Pretty much. It got so bad I had to dust off.
You know, I got places to be, birds to fly.
Well, if it isn't my old partner.
Might want to put the power back in your engines, Chip.
I thought it was a volunteer force.
No, I decided to transfer to SysDef. I hear thieves are a real problem.
What? You meant the fleet?
No, I mean you. Commander says you've been talking too much, stealing all the oxygen on the Vigilance, so they brought me here to shut you up.
You don't say. Well, good to have you back, partner.
Good to be back.
You still there?
I got a question for you. How many pirates does it take to screw a light bulb?
No idea. 100?
One. It only takes one pirate to screw everything.
You know, I got places to be, birds to fly.
The lieutenant wants those reports on her desk by tomorrow morning.
Which report? The estimated fleet ship count, or the numbers on their potential finances?
Both. And every other report you've been assigned.
Might want to put the power back in your engines, Chip. Long story. I got my start in the academy and made a name for myself hunting the Crimson Fleet. I eventually got recruited to do test flights on a star station orbiting Lloyden's Rock. Me and 3 other Archangel pilots did some work on some extremely dangerous prototypes. But I called in a few favors and got back home with SysDef. Someone with my talents needs to be here, where the action is. You guessed it. In fact, I'd say you've got what linguistic experts call FOGO, a firm grasp of the obvious. But I'm not just any pilot. I'm the best, and I've got the kills to prove it. Don't squeeze too hard, newbie. Someone might mistake it for sarcasm. See ya.
My family's all in the UC Navy, but being SysDef, I got bragging rights.
Did you see that move Archangel pulled off at the training exercise?
I saw it, I just don't believe it. Yes. What?
I got mess hall duty next week. Everybody's gotta take their turn.
The Vigilance is a state-of-the-art warship. Anyone that gets on the wrong end of her guns is gonna have a bad time. Excuse me.
Mole.
Most of our operations team graduated top of their class at the academy. If there's fleet out there, we'll find them.
The Regana made it to port with 0 casualties. Nicely done.
We got a wager going over whether the fleet would let you in or leave you for dead. And, unless you're a zombie, I owe the ops team lunch.
Kind of toss it, you might be able to help me with my ship.
I might. What seems to be the trouble?
Well, the Vigilance is our flagship. Where it goes,
That's good. Given your age, it looks like your rotational gears are due for a viscosity check. Ooh, and time to take another look at your camera. Don't worry, it won't hurt, I promise.
People say I need more hobbies. Writing about you, thinking about you, talking about you. That's 3, right?
Oh, hello. I don't think we've met. Are you by chance new here? Are Babri, you're that dangerous ex-convict everyone's been talking about. Well, don't worry. I'm not scared of you. My godmother was a member of the Strikers gang, and you're not even half as scary as her. My name is Javanta. I'm an ensign with the maintenance and robotics team. And just between you and me, I don't think you're dangerous. Do you? Are you really? Oh, what a coincidence! Do you miss home at all? Oh, I need to go back the next time I get shore leave. Anyway, it was very nice to meet you. If you want to talk some more, I will be here. Oh, I'm part of the maintenance team that makes sure the Vigilance is operating smoothly. On the robotic side, I take care of the Model A's on the ship and make sure they're treated with respect and dignity. They are people, after all, just like us. See? I knew there was something I liked about you. Machines are very dear to me. Think of it this way. How can we expect a robot to fight by our side if we won't fight for their right to exist? So I always do my best to treat them as my equals. Oh, I have so many questions. That is not enough time to ask them all.
But I will be respectful of your criminal history as it is in the past. We must look forward. Instead, I will ask you a very simple question. Are you a morning, afternoon, or night person? Well, yes, but it's not like it's your whole personality. It's just the time you wake up. And I love waking up early. Do I? I guess that's a compliment. Everything is just better in the morning. The food, the air, the coffee. But the thing I like best is the quiet. When I can look out into space and see the whole galaxy is asleep. When it's that quiet, the only noise you hear is from the vigilance itself. In fact, we keep each other company when the world is too busy snoring in their beds. It makes it so the mornings are just for us. Ha! It's a good question. It was what you'd call a minor moral crisis. I wasn't happy with my old job at Drone. I felt like my life was on an assembly line. Everything was about profit, and nothing had any real meaning. But then it occurred to me, if I'm so miserable, I could just leave. So one day I just did. Sistef is far from perfect, but our goal is noble. I can sleep soundly knowing my work will be for a cause that is just. We can talk later, if you're not feeling up to it. Oh dear, it seems your power's gone out. Sometimes when my robots get stuck in a loop, I give them a little love tap to the head. Oh, yes! And we have a new prisoner in the brig. It's really sad the fleet couldn't just leave him be. And having left a toxic situation to come here, I can relate to wanting to escape. Although, no one's tried to have me killed, so... We can talk later, if you're not feeling up to it. Oh dear, it seems your power's gone out. Sometimes when my robots get stuck in a loop, I give them a little love tap to the head. We can talk later, if you're not feeling up to it. Oh dear, it seems your power's gone out. Sometimes when my robots get stuck in a loop, I give them a little love tap to the head. We can talk later, if you're not feeling up to it.
right then.
Operations does good work. If any fleet are setting up outposts out there,
Back in basic training, I had the record for fleet kills.
drank too much coffee last night. I need to swap shifts.
Greetings, Captain.
Good day, Captain. Did you want to discuss something? Yes, you can ask me anything. I'd be happy to tell you more about myself. I call myself an experimental theologian. I have a particular interest in the relationship between quantum physics, probability, and the divine. My beliefs have primarily been shaped by reading the works of ancient astronomers like Johannes Kepler, Isaac Newton, and Galileo Galilei. A bit of a mouthful, I know. That's why I think it's important to write it all down in a book. Penny for your thoughts, Captain. This may not be the best time to take a break. I was enjoying our journey. We should get back to it. Unfortunately not. My mothers chose the last name when they married to honor their shared love of astronomy. I've always considered Johannes Kepler to be something like my guardian angel. I often turn to his writings when I need a new perspective on my own studies. It's an honor to carry his name through the Starfield. I've always thought he'd be awed by how far humanity has come. mainly through observation. My prized possession as a child was my telescope. I spent hours watching the stars. As I got older, I became fascinated with the mathematics behind what I was seeing, and began to study the works of classical astronomers. My interest in a divine mathematician evolved from their theories about sacred geometry. I believe in something I call the divine mathematician. It's a theory borrowed from those ancient astronomers I mentioned. In essence, I believe that the laws of science govern our daily lives, but that those laws were planned and set in motion by a higher power. I had a feeling you might. I get the impression you've been touched by something otherworldly. I imagine that would shape anyone's perspective. Nowhere you've heard of. My mothers were listers. They raised me on a small planet in the Narian system. We called it Avalon. LIST is an acronym. It's short for League of Independent Settlers. It's a term for homesteaders who strike out on their own rather than settling in a city. I've met plenty on my travels. They always have remarkable stories to share. Remembering them always makes me smile. Their names were Brenda and Lynette, and they were travelers like me. They met by chance at the Deimos Star Yard and fell in love at first sight. They abandoned their careers shortly after to join LIST and travel together. After they'd established a homestead on Avalon, they traveled to New Atlantis to adopt me. I have, and I'm grateful for it. To live an explorer's life has been an extraordinary privilege. I'll have more than enough interesting stories to tell in my book. I left to begin my studies. It seemed to me like the Starsea was the most reasonable place to find answers about the universe and the divine. Leaving was a difficult decision, but I don't regret it. I found no shortage of material for my book out here in the space lanes. It's going to be a philosophical text, explaining my theories about science and divinity. I'm writing it as a means of preserving my way of thinking for future scholars. To tell you the truth, traveling with you has given me more clarity than I expected. It's obvious that you're an agent of something bigger than yourself. Watching you fulfill that destiny up close has given me a new appreciation for how a single life can be shaped by cosmic forces. Thank you, Captain. I appreciate that. Whether I find what I'm looking for or not, I'm grateful to be traveling with you. I haven't enjoyed myself this much in a long time. I'd be happy to. Avalon holds a very special place in my heart. It's a beautiful place that's covered in lakes and almost always shrouded in mist. My mothers thought it resembled the mythological kingdom of Avalon from the Arthurian legends. That's where we got the name. It certainly looked the part. Growing up there felt like living in a storybook. I used to hunt for fairies on the shores near our home. In a sense, they're buried there, side by side on the hill that overlooks our old homestead. They wouldn't have it any other way. I never minded being alone. I enjoy the company of my thoughts and those of the authors whose books I read. Exploring Avalon with a book under my arm as a child set me up perfectly for a life of scholarship. We were, but it wasn't unusual to be attacked by passing spacers. Luckily, we built our homestead sturdy enough to keep them out. My mother's always prepared for the worst. It's the only way to live when you're on your own. They assured that I knew how to defend myself from a young age. I'd offered to bring you for a visit, but I'm afraid its location is a family secret. My mother's insisted I keep it to myself when I left home. I'm afraid you'll have to settle for dreaming of Avalon, like so many before you. What would you like to know? Yes, that does ring a bell. Decades ago, I met a man called Irvin in New Atlantis who spoke at length about an explorers collective with that name. He said they were searching for truth among the stars. I was fascinated. Irvin offered to introduce me to the other members, but it wasn't meant to be. The colony war broke out shortly after we spoke, and I never heard from him again. No, I didn't. Irvin's silence felt like a sign from the universe that I was meant to pursue my studies without outside influence. Naturally, another remarkable twist of fate. The odds of you working for the group I nearly joined decades ago are astronomically tiny. I believe it's further evidence that none of this is an accident. I've been dabbling in astrology. Not the answer you'd expect from a student of physics, I assume. I'm treating it as a history lesson and as research for my book. Most of the ancient astronomers I've studied were astrologers, too. They read astrological charts to predict how the planet's movements might affect their lives. It's fascinating to read about, but I've had difficulty practicing it myself. Every astrological text I have references the solar system's stars as seen from Earth. I suppose no one told the ancient Babylonians their astrological methodologies would need to account for a spacefaring society. That was a nice discussion.
Whenever I'm lost, I think, what would... Consider me your pack mule. What sound does a mule make? I'll practice it night and day. Off we go to another adventure.
glorious day, don't you think? I'm ready to get going.
Until we meet again, which could be any second now.
I'm glad to see you looking well. Yes?
Need something? Am I carrying something you need?
Do you have something for me? Until we meet again.
You're the greatest explorer in the...
You want to travel alone for a while? Hello, Captain. I'll be right behind you.
Yes, Your Eminence?
I'm sure they're sad to see you go. Jump successful, just like your lights.
Hail acknowledged. Dock where you like.
You cut. Now get out of my face.
You said the tick was 10K, but it was 30. Big difference on 40% of 10 versus 30.
You wanted 4K, you got 4K.
Hello, Captain.
My problem.
If you're stealing from me, you bet your ass it's your problem.
You kidding me? Way to make a mess in front of my new rook.
Hey, steal from me and get caught? Better off dead.
Sounds like you did the fleet a favor.
How can I be of service,
Now toss this
Captain?
body out of an airlock before it turns into a damn air freshener. The hell took you so long? Forget how to grav jump or something? Maybe for you. I'd rather shove a shotgun up my nose than remember the face of every low-life rook who passes through this station. But, all that aside, you made it. So now, you get to hear a nifty history lesson. Pencils ready? Good. This floating scrap heap you're standing on is called the Key. Used to be an old UC military star station, and now it's the fleet's base of operations. Might look a little beat up on the outside, but we keep it together. Sure did. Right out from under their noses. Way before you or I were born, though. We've held this station for a very long time. Don't worry. Delgado will tell you all about it. Hell yeah, it is. Just watch your back when you do. Cred sticks tend to disappear around here, if you catch my meaning. Anyway, I'll tell you all about the Key, but it's better if I show you too. Follow me. All right, history time. So, the Key is in orbit around Suvorov. That's the very same ice ball where the United Colonies built a supermax prison they call the Lock. The UC is so clever. Supermax prison, Lock, Key. Cute, huh? Now, we've got everything the fleet needs right here. Of course, you've got to pay for it. Remember, on the Key, credits are king. What the hell is this?
All right, hang on, Nev. Before you get pissed, I've got my hands full.
Jasmine, sweetie, I'm trying to give a tour here. So you want to tell me why those damn doors are sealed?
It's called a malfunction. You know, that thing I spend most of my day dealing with. Believe me, my people are on it. Have a little faith for once.
Aw. And you always, Angel. This here's Jasmine. You need anything for your ship, she's got you covered. We'll hit up the depot next since these doors have given out on us. So anyway, we were talking about the Lock. About 100 years ago, the prisoners down there rioted and took over the place. After stealing some ships, they were actually able to make it up here and took over the Key.
About time you brought us new blood, Neva. I was getting tired of trading with the same old faces.
You're just ticked everyone's getting wise to your ridiculous prices, Aludra. Anyway, welcome to the depot, Rook, where you'll be lucky if these blood-sucking leeches don't bleed you completely dry.
Whoa, whoa. It's not our fault that people don't appreciate how much it costs to get untraceable merchandise onto the Key.
Neva's just whining because she thinks she lost a ton of cash selling us a shipment of gear. She should have done her homework.
Yeah, sure, laugh it up. I'll remember that next time I need something from you cheapskates. Let's move on. Back to my story. After the liberated prisoners grabbed the Key, they established it as a base of operations and began pirating the spaceways. That was how the Crimson Fleet began. Of course, Jasper Cricks had a lot to do with all that, but we'll get to him later. Rook, meet Zuri, queen of the rare exports.
If I don't have it, you don't need it.
Neuroamps, blueprints. Hit her up and she'll take care of you.
Speaking of which, you still owe me for that last purchase, Neva. It's like 5 figures. Don't make me collect it the hard way.
The hard way? Oh no. Rook, protect me from Zuri's vengeance. Enough of the bullshit, Zuri. I'll pay you when I pay you. Deal with it. Got a problem with that? Take it up with the boss.
See
On the
anything
right,
you like.
you've got Radley from the Trade Authority. I'm sure you know the deal there. He'll buy pretty much anything, no matter how hot. Then we got our med bay on the left, run by the one and only Samina Mizra. She'll patch you up, if you've got the money. We don't run any free clinics up in here, you don't? Okay, this is our final stop. Over there, you've got the last Nova, where Bog serves watered-down drinks at ridiculously exorbitant prices. And right here is the most important place on the entire station, the Reckoner's Core, run by the incomparable Shinya Voss.
Another new rook, Neva? I can't believe Delgado still lets you recruit given what happened with the last one.
You mean Austin Ray? It's been taken care of, all right? I don't like loose ends, and this rook is the one who tied it off.
Perhaps next time you'll try to be a bit more discerning regarding your choices. It's far more cost-effective.
Yeah, love you too, darling. Anyway, Shinya handles our lifeblood. The money. We call him our Reckoner, but if you ask me, he's actually a pain in the ass.
And Neva will slit your throat if she thinks you'll bleed creds.
Go to hell, boss. Take care of our new friend here, or I'll find a way to pull the pin on that little party popper in your chest. Anyway, Shinya will get you set up in our system. I've got real work to do. Once you're done, head upstairs and I'll introduce you to the boss.
Time for a proper introduction. I am Shinya Voss, the official reckoner for the Crimson Fleet. And since Neva so thoughtfully mentioned it, yes, this is a bomb embedded in my chest. And no, I'll never know the meaning of the word humble. In fact, I find Delgado's idea of a security measure to be quite empowering. Glad you approve. Obviously, betrayal isn't taken lightly around here. Since I oversee the bulk of transactions and maintain all accounts for the fleet, I'm a prime target for information. Should our enemies capture me or I grew any semblance of a moral conscience, you might consider me the greatest threat we have. For Delgado, the bomb grants peace of mind and a certain degree of safety. Essentially, but I sleep soundly knowing I'm one of the few that can piss Delgado off and live. Should I die, all of my knowledge, the accounts, the credits, it would be a mess. He wouldn't dare. He holds the trigger, but we all know that my death cripples the fleet. Call the bomb a weapon of last resort. It's been over 5 years since I've stepped off the key. Leaving this place puts far too much at risk. Now, let me get you set up. A moment while I convene with the core. Thanks to advanced modifications even Bugin would envy, I can interface directly with our mainframe and the Galbank network. This allows me to move and clean credits faster and more efficiently than any run-of-the-mill cyber runner. There, you're done. All you need now is Delgado's blessing, and you'll be one of us. None. Other than my chest and arm modifications, I am but a simple man. Is the interview over now? Can we get back to work? The perfect segue into my final subject. Thanks to our relations with contacts across the galaxy, we always have a steady stream of jobs available. I've granted you all the necessary permissions to access these listings at any time, using the computers that surround the core. Oh, you know, smuggling, piracy, taking things that aren't yours. Nothing that should keep you up at night. Well, depending on your methods. If Neva's chosen wisely, we certainly will. Now, I believe that covers all I have to say, so you can run along to Delgado. Take the elevator to the upper level. You should be able to find your way from there, I hope.
Alright, listen up. You can all stop complaining. Atrium to cargo bay doors have been repaired. Oh, and you're welcome, Nev.
Are you looking to start something? Because I'll finish it.
Would you like me to carry anything?
So there I am. You see security on my tail, and my grav drive just chokes. And you know what I find back there? The fattest leech I've ever seen. Worm nearly got me dusted.
Missions, not enough time.
Nothing like the smell of a dead shark after you cook them with an energy blast.
Yeah?
Where did your stellar rise to infamy begin?
In the streets of New Atlantis. No parents, no godparents. Just a homeless punk kid robbing whoever he could for the credits.
Were these violent crimes? Murders?
I'm a bit offended you even asked that question, Gale. Sure, a few people here and there walked away with injuries, but I'm not some kind of butcher.
That doesn't sound as heartless as your reputation would imply.
Well, like I said, I was just a kid.
Were you ever caught by the authorities in New Atlantis?
Oh, dozens of times. I'd just give them a fake name, or they just slap me on the wrist and send me on my way. They obviously didn't think that I'd amount to anything, and didn't want to waste their time with rehabilitation.
What changed that? Was it the robbery in 2218?
2218? Oh, yeah. The Galbank archives. Very good, Gale. I see you've done your research. That would be when I rounded up a few of my buddies and we knocked the place over. Made off with a ton of credits. My first big score.
Is that why the Crimson Scar decided
I am
to
sick
bring
of
you
using the
into their
trade
ranks?
authority to clean goods.
That's right.
Radley's the real thief on this
Brought
station.
me in, taught me the ropes, and I did crimes for them for 5 years. Till I decided I wanted more. I got rid of their leader, put myself in his place, and started running the show. I've been the one in charge ever since.
Was it absolutely necessary to cut his throat and leave the body on a public street in the well?
On the street, reputation is everything. I wanted everyone in the city to know that Jasper Cricks was taking over. I think they got the message.
Unless you want to get keel-hauled across the key. Something? Every time I see Radley smile, I want to punch him in the face.
Every captain here's earned their stripes, bleeding for the fleet.
Like I like my coffee. Scalding.
job any day.
As long as you put the fleet first, we won't have any problems.
call UCC staff sharks, but to the fleet, they're just bait.
Grog is fine if you like cheap moonshine. Give me an Erdebrow lager and I'm good.
We may not have official security on the key, but we're always looking out for smuggling, stealing, pirating. There's a lot of ways to earn some scratch and a rep.
You don't have to carry everything by yourself, you know.
I heard Isla's sister is some hardcore mercenary. I wouldn't get on her bad side.
One final question before we wrap up.
Fine. Go ahead.
When is enough going to be enough? How many credits does Jasper Criggs need until he's satisfied?
I should have expected you to ask such a stupid question. How the hell could you ever understand? You with your fancy education and your sheltered upbringing and your cushy media job. Me, I came from nothing. Everything I own, I've literally drawn blood to gain.
There's no need to get personal. I'm simply trying to state the facts so that our listeners can make judgments of their own.
Lady, I got news for you. Half of your listeners think I'm a hero. The other half are scared out of their goddamn minds, and they should be.
Perhaps we should talk about something else.
No, that's it. We're done. Can you guys get her the hell out of here? Make sure she takes all this sound equipment with her.
Well, that's it then. Thank you for your...
Actually, before you go, Gail, there's one more thing I would like to say.
Yes, of course. What is it?
When you broadcast this interview on SSNN, I want you to remember that I'll be listening. If you edit even one word or manipulate my voice to change anything I've said, I will hunt you down and kill you in front of everyone. Do you understand?
I understand. You have my word.
seeing anyone right now? The patients, I mean. I got a sore hip.
You see SysDef as a joke. They haven't caught us yet.
If you're doing any lifting later, I can spot you.
If you got any spare creds or just need to unload some junk, head to the depot.
I'm happy to help you carry some things.
Is something wrong?
You don't steal from your own. Not unless you want the whole station on your ass.
So tell us about Jasper Criggs's version of the Crimson Scar.
All I can tell you is that under my guidance, the Crimson Scar became more influential than every other syndicate combined. Here I was, 22 years old, and I had power, people that followed my orders, and an endless stream of credits. Gale, I have to tell you, I was having the time of my life.
So you consider extortion, robbery, burglary, kidnapping, assault, and murder to be positive life influences?
No. I consider them as just means to an end. Those so-called crimes were merely stepping stones until I had enough wealth to buy the Crimson Scar a few spacecraft.
Yes, let's talk about that. It appears you weren't satisfied with terrorizing New Atlantis alone.
Oh, I've never stopped reaching, Gale. The amount of money we were making in New Atlantis was decent, but the really big scores were in space and the cargo ships. We're talking millions of credits, maybe more. Who the hell could count it all?
Most people assume this is when the UC decided to actively set up a task force to pursue the Crimson Scar.
That's correct. Those idiots in charge of the United Colonies were clearly embarrassed that they had allowed the Crimson Scar to make the jump into space. They sent ships after us. Lots of ships. I almost think that they enjoy starting wars.
Perhaps this was the first time you had finally reached too far.
You could say that. I count my time running the Crimson Scar as a learning experience. I wouldn't say I reached too far. I'd say I reached too fast. Didn't cover all my bases. Made some stupid mistakes. One thing's for certain, though.
Always ask for a bigger cut.
Arrested and thrown
It's
into the
all
lock.
about making those credits.
Plenty to think about.
I hope you've brought me something interesting. What'll it be, friend? Buying, selling? The Trade Authority takes anything and everything. Well, a well-kept appearance gives the impression of a respectable establishment. The more respectable the place, the more credits people are willing to pay. The fleet's got an impressive commerce system. They even managed a legitimate doctor among their ranks. Business on the Key is like no other. It's the sole reason I'm here, for the credits. I'd say it's been about 10 years now since the Trade Authority assigned me this post. It felt a little extreme at the time, but I can see why they figured it was a good fit. It's the mutual benefit. The Trade Authority buys any goods of value. We don't care how you got it, only that we can profit from it. It's the fastest way to turn your hard-earned loot into legitimate credits, ready to spend. So, naturally, it made sense to establish a presence here. Why risk flying into New Atlantis or Aquila City when you can just do business here? Not everyone thinks so. I'm still Trade Authority, not a part of the fleet. There are a few, Neva included, that see me as an outsider. Regardless, as long as the fleet has goods to push, the Trade Authority will always maintain a presence on the Key. Are we doing business here or what? I left a similar lifestyle behind when I joined the Trade Authority, and never looked back. A lot of the rooks here see freedom in lawlessness, but that's only if you don't get caught. True freedom is not having a bounty on your head, with every cop and mercenary out to get you. Let's just say I've done my fair share of questionable activities in the past. With the credits I amassed, I gave the Trade Authority a sizable donation in exchange for a clean slate and a stable job. So, here I am, at your service. I'm sure we can work something out. Remember, all trades are restriction-free.
Don't even try. If it's hard to find, I've probably got it. I was raised fleet. My mama joined up when I was 12. She was a first-class smuggler. We'd always lived comfortably, but she took the offer to join when a job almost went south. She figured if anything ever happened to her, it'd guarantee I'd still have a home. It's been non-stop. Even as a kid, I was helping distract security in those smuggling days. It's amazing how just having a child aboard, especially one as cute as I was, can throw off the scent. Between my mama and the fleet, I can talk my way out of anything, and use or fix any weapon and ship in the galaxy. Real-life skills, if you know what I mean. Now you're speaking my language. Always a pleasure.
Sharks are too scared to take the key, because it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun.
First time visiting the infirmary, huh? Let me give you a piece of advice. Try not to get into too many bar fights. I'm trying to save my dwindling supplies for sale and pirates coming in off of raids. That's what they all say, until they stumble in bleeding out on my floor. So here's what's what. You need medpacks, curatives, preventatives, I've got you covered. At least as long as my current supply holds out. You need enhancers, legal or illegal? I've got those too. A dealer with a full medical background. Thank you very much. Now, if you don't need anything else, I've got a particularly annoying supply issue to deal with. Now there's an offer I didn't expect. If you really want to help, I'm looking for someone who can handle themselves in a public setting. As in someone who knows how to get the job done without shooting up the place. That's not going to help. That ship was full of things like cots, flu shots, and children's vitamins. And I can't exactly plug a bullet wound with an Ashta chewable. Well, you'd be one of the first. I politely requested a list of supplies from Gennady Aton at the clinic and was told the price of business has gone up. I think he's back on Aurora, and he's upcharging me to pay for it. And if there's one thing I'm not going to do is subsidize his habit. I want you to make sure he delivers my supplies for the price we agreed on, but without raising any alarms. We'll see. Talk is one thing, actions are another. Medical, recreational, whatever you need. A bullshit one, yeah? Gennady claims prices have gone up for the clinic as a whole, and that I'm not the only doc being hit. He says if I want cheaper goods, I'm going to have to find another supplier. He even gave me a list. But I'm not turning to some third-rate doc selling meds out of their space truck. Gennady and I had a deal, and I want him to honor it. Oh yeah, the funny thing is, he's the poster boy for upstanding moral citizens. Top of the class at nursing school, did volunteer work in backwater settlements, a reputation you could eat your food off of. Nobody knows he did it all zoned out of his mind. Nobody except his old boss, me. He said he got clean when he joined the clinic, but now I wonder. You'd think most of the injuries I treat are from run-ins with security or civilians taking a stand. But I'd say at least half are just life on the key. Brawls, egos, and plain old stupidity. At least it keeps me busy. Take care of yourself.
you let me take some of that?
You want to... The right protective gear can make all the difference. But me? Nah, not anymore. When it comes to aim, there ain't no one worse. True facts. I mean, my friends like to say I'd have better luck talking someone to death than shooting them. Yep, my talents are best suited for making protective gear. Helmets, vests, suits. You could say I'm a tailor, not a fighter. Well, only the best tactical gear to protect your ass this side of the galaxy. Metal plated for when you're up against bullets. Leather for those jobs that might require a subtle touch. All made by yours truly, of course, except for a few used odds and ends that no one's gonna miss. Well, only the best protective gear you can find. Let's get you set up. Hi, I'm here if you need me.
Please tell me you know exactly what materials you need. Need something? These materials don't sell themselves. You know my sister, and you're still alive? You either somehow won her approval, or... Best not to think about it too much. Bad for business. I don't do small talk. You want to do business? We'll do business. You want to chat? Go see Bog. Alright, let's get this over with.
Whatever.
I used to work for a megacorp. Wore a monkey suit and everything. Seems like a different time.
Looking to make quick work of your enemies.
Nothing worse than a pirate ship with no personality.
I'm only stationed on the key until the heat dies down. Then it's back to raiding and pillaging. If I had a Birion crest, I'd run my own city, like Bayou. Except in my town, you could do Aurora anywhere.
So, now that we are all here, it's time to get down to business. The two of you are the only rooks that have made the latest cut. The rest, well, let's just say they won't be joining us, ever again. Neva's willing to put her neck on the line and vouch for you, which means you've got what it takes to join the Crimson Fleet. You'd better not disappoint, or you'll find yourself answering to me, personally. All right, let's get started here. When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, you're in it for the long haul. No one quits. No one retires. The only way out is death. You stay loyal or you pay the consequences. Fleet before friends. Fleet before family. Fleet before yourself.
Hey, if you've got a problem, I can decorate that wall behind you with your brains. Room could use a little color if you ask me.
It's all right, neighbor. I admire this rook's backbone. Takes a lot of guts to crack jokes with the threat of death staring them in the face.
Can we get on with this? I want to get drunk at the last Nova.
I'm impressed. That is the first intelligent thing you have said this entire time, Mathis. Since you two seem so eager to move forward, let's get to your next job. Pack your cold weather gear, rooks. Where we are going, you're going to need it.
Oh, God, don't tell me you're dragging him down to Suvarol for another one of your little initiation runs. 10 Johns to the surface, 12 dead rooks. You'd think by now you would have given up on that goddamn campfire story.
Crix's legacy is no story, neighbor. We've got fresh eyes in the fleet. And if these two want to impress, they're going to help me search those ruins.
I hope you're right, Dale. That new code we grabbed for the lock cost us a ton of credits. And a decent captain.
This initiation, as Neva calls it, is your chance to see where it all began. On Suvorov with Jasper Crix. Crix led the riots that gave birth to the Crimson Fleet. And if his legacy is still out there, we're going to be the ones to find it. Through a bit of luck and a hell of a lot of cash, Neva was able to get her hands on an access code to the inside of the lock. This will be the first time someone from the Crimson Fleet has set foot in there for, well, since Crix left the place behind. It has been frustrating, being this close to potential clues, but not being able to find a way through those prison walls.
Of course. Where else could I find such a perfect location to weed out any rooks who'd be wasting the fleet's time? What? Were you expecting a goddamn graduation ceremony? Think I'm just going to slap a skull on you and send you on your way? Make no mistake, you are being tested all the time. Every job you take will be under constant scrutiny. And Neva? Oh, she's just waiting for you to screw things up. Before Crix left the fleet, he left a message talking about a major score. One that would set up the fleet to be a big player in the settled systems. Somewhere down the line, they started calling it Crix's Legacy. And everyone who's tried to find it has wound up empty-handed, missing, or dead. If we're gonna beat those odds, we'll first need a lead. And I would wager we will find one on Suvorov.
Dale's leaving out the best part. That this whole search is based on a handful of words on a very old slate. Crix left a lot of big talk on that recording, and not a lot of facts. Some of us believe in it more than others.
Don't listen to her. When we get our hands on Crix's Legacy, the fleet will be operating at a completely different level. We will become more than a match for UC Sysdef. You forget the UC is still licking its wounds from the colony wars. They don't have the capability to mount a full-scale assault. And if they were foolish enough to attack, we would have the manpower to push those pendejos right back to Jemison. If we have Crix's Legacy. Exactly. Now you're beginning to understand. Okay, enough discussion. We have got a lot of work to do. To that end, the next stop is the lock. I've had Jazz feed the coordinates into your ship's computer. Since Mathis doesn't have a ship, he's going to ride with me. I'll see you down there, Rook. Don't keep me waiting.
There's no shame in asking for help if you need it. I'd be happy to carry some of that.
credits, hit up the mission boards at the core.
Can I take anything? You look uncomfortable.
Yeah?
Man, I get so tired of pirates on this station patting themselves on the back. I killed this, I stole that. Shut the hell up and get back to work.
What are you standing around for? If you want to pad that account of yours, the mission boards are the way to do it. Until next time.
Need to have Jazz look at my graph drive. I swear it's not jumping to the right place.
sister is some hardcore mercenary. I wouldn't get on her bad side.
If you want to stay under the radar, I've got just the thing. So, looks like we got ourselves a new rook. Once again, I'm Jazz, resident engineer here. Like Neva said, you need ship parts, repairs? I'll hook you up. As long as your credits are good. It may not be wider, but it's not on the books, if that's what you're getting at. I can guarantee your ship will be in good hands. So if you're looking for an upgrade, let me know. We got the best selection in the settled systems. Illegal, unregistered, recalled. We sell it all. No questions asked. No. You buy from me, you're worry-free. I can't have my customers getting caught now, can I? That's bad for business. Anything that keeps the UC and Freestar Rangers off your tail is a must-have in my book. Just let me know when you want to talk business. If you've got the credits, I've got the time. Shop's always open as long as your money's good. You've got stuff to smuggle, I've got the stuff to hide it.
Just waiting on you. Still with me? I've had better conversations with robots. Still with me? Just waiting on you. I've had better conversations with robots. I've had better conversations with robots. Just waiting on you. Still with me? Just waiting on you. I've had better conversations with robots. Still with me? Still with me? I've had better conversations with robots. Just waiting on you. Still with me? Just waiting on you. I don't mind helping, but it'll cost you. Oh, yeah, nothing like changing it up to make a ship feel new again.
Carrying all that by yourself must be uncomfortable.
Hey, Champ. I'm including this month's list of parts I need for the key. Don't bust a gut, it's hefty, but I know you can handle it. I'm gonna need a lot more than usual this time. I'm planning to overhaul the entire electrical system before it completely shorts out. Oh yeah, thanks for sending over the key's reactor specs. I can't tell you exactly why I needed those. Estelle said to keep it hush-hush. As far as next month's shipment, start scrounging up some parts so I can spruce up our defensive batteries. They're looking kind of rusty. Well, I guess that's it for now. I'll have my people in New Atlantis drop off the payment at the spaceport. Just make sure you aren't being followed. We wouldn't want the UC to know they're providing replacement parts to the Crimson Fleet.
Anything ship-related, you're at the right place. Here to upgrade that ship of yours?
Our own, but you turn against us, and you're dead.
Are you looking to start something? 'Cause I'll finish it.
About any ship upgrades. Nothing worse than a pirate ship with no personality.
Alright, make it quick. I've got schematics to organize.
My prices may be high, but I hope you came with... Hey, I'm... Come back and see me sometime.
Last week, who smiled at me funny, I sewed his mouth shut. Now he laughs the same way.
Need to have Aludra take a look at this kinetic. Recoil's off.
A slow ship will get you caught. Talk to Jazz if you need upgrades.
Smuggling beats a real job any day.
Brooke?
few bulls at the ranch today. That's worth buying myself a drink.
Rook,
The captain's here. Don't put up with any shit. Certainly not from the Rooks.
I used to work for a megacorp. Wore a monkey suit and everything. Seems like a different time.
I hope you actually... I don't need to hear about your latest project. I just sell the material. Behold, my random assortment. Oh, bye, I guess.
I heard Iswa's sister is some hardcore mercenary.
Now you buy from me?
I wouldn't
The
go
right
on
gear.
that side.
Stay safe out there.
So there I am.
Well, well.
Security on my tail.
Neva's new
And my
hotshot.
just jokes.
I knew you'd find your way back to my little corner of the key.
Ever seen.
Everyone always does. Take a look around, genius. And don't tell me you've never laid eyes on a gun before. But just in case I need to spell it out for you, the merch I carry is known as weapons and ammunition. Get it? Hey, if you want to pour credits into my pocket, you won't hear any arguments from me. I carry most of the standard hardware. You know, kinetics, electromags, energy, even a few explosives. Occasionally, I stock a few smuggled items. Basically the stuff SysDev doesn't want you to play with. Just don't screw me over or I'll be inclined to give you a free demo. With your head as the target. Not being intimidated by me is one thing. The fleet? That's another. A little advice, Sadiqi? The fleet's trust can't be bought. You earn it. You bleed for the fleet bleeds for you. Pure and simple. Anyone who says otherwise is either lying or getting ready to stab you in the back. Ah, please, I don't need your concern. All I care about is separating you from your credits. So let's leave our professional relationship at that, all right? Kinetic, electromag, energy, I got it all. Done here? Fine by me.
Are you looking to start something? 'Cause I'll finish it.
I don't trust shielding. I got secret compartments on my ship just in case.
Let me help you. That's why we're traveling together, right?
You see SysDef as a joke. They haven't caught us yet.
Smuggling beats a real job any day.
Captain, hello. I am satisfied to see that you...
So word is you're an executive now at Ryujin? Oh, that's so cool. Making deals by day, hunting monsters at night. What a life. I can't believe I get to stand near you, breathing the same air. I've got to have every...
Please disregard. I attempted an informal greeting, but I am dissatisfied with the results.
Rook?
Are you looking to start something? Because I'll finish it.
Need a drink? Bog at the Last Nova will be more than happy to take your credits.
Kinetics, electromags, energy weapons. Nothing's a substitute for
Ship services? You need it? I've got it. Sure. It's not like I'm busy keeping this rust bucket of a station from falling apart. Sounds like fun. Let's see what I've got.
Every time I see Radley smile, I want to punch him in the face.
A lot of us in the fleet came out of the mud. We grind for every crack.
Got mixed feelings about my last job. On one hand, lost a friend. But on the other hand, I got their creds. I probably feel better about listening to them.
So, now that we are all here, it's time to get down to business. The two of you are the only rooks that have made the latest cut. The rest, well, let's just say they won't be joining us ever again. Neva's willing to put her neck on the line and vouch for you, which means you've got what it takes to join the Crimson Fleet. Are you trying to waste my time? You better start talking. You want to space out? Do it on your own time. You want to space out? Do it on your own time. You better start talking. Are you trying to waste my time? You'd better not disappoint, or you'll find yourself... All right, let's get started here. When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, you stay loyal?
Hey, if you've got a problem, I can...
It's all right, neighbor.
Can we get on with this? I want to get drunk at the last Nova.
I'm impressed. That is the first intelligent thing you have said this entire time, Mathis. Since you two seem so eager to move, pack your cold weather gear.
Oh, God, don't tell me you're... John...
Crix's legacy. We've got fresh eyes.
Huh?
This initiative... Crix led the... What? Make no... A neighbor? Of course. Through a bit of luck, this will be the first. It has been frustrating. Before Crix left the fleet, somewhere down, if we're gonna be...
Dale's leaving out the... Crix left a lot of bit.
When we get our hands on Crix... You forget the UC, and if they were foolish enough to it... Listen to the words that I am saying. You will find that out in due time, provided you're willing to put in the work. Exactly. Now, okay, enough discussion. We have got a lot of work to do. To that end, the next stop is the lock. I've had Jazz feed the coordinates into your ship's computer. Since Mathis doesn't have a ship, he's going to ride with me. I'll see you down there, Rook. Don't keep me waiting.
I heard Isla's sister is some
Were my
hardcore
instructions unclear?
mercenary.
What do you
I
want?
wouldn't get on her bad side.
I could tell you stories that would last for hours. But now is not the time. You have a job to do, and I don't like to be kept waiting. When you... well, if you get back to the key, I am sure you can find some copies of the interview he gave to SSNN around here, somewhere. I think those recordings might give you the history lesson that you are looking for. I would rather you spent your time gearing up, so make it quick. The UC built the lock as a supermax prison a little under... well, it must have been at least 100 years ago. Before that, those concha de sus madres marooned prisoners on the planet's surface and left them to their own devices. So you can imagine, these turned into some kind of demented survival of the fittest. Prisoners killing each other for a chance at meager supplies. Luckily, some whistleblowers back in New Atlantis saw this as cruel and unusual punishment and pressured the UC into building the facility. 5 years after the prison was completed, Crix touched off the riots that overran the lock and eventually the key. It's cold, bitter cold. Just about the last place you would want to find yourself without heat. The few living things that can survive the extreme temperatures are constantly fighting to stay at the top of the food chain. The Crimson Fleet called Suvorov the White Hell. To me, it's paradise. Someone up here pisses me off enough, I send them down to the surface for a little overnight visit. Snaps them right back into line. Nobody knows exactly what went down. I mean, there's all sorts of rumors. Crix was in prison for almost 5 years, and judging from the look of the facility, every moment must have been miserable. I suppose he just got fed up and decided to take matters into his own hands. Got the prisoners behind them and kept pushing until he reached the key. The cojones on that guy. UC's toughest supermax prison, and he just waltzed the hell out of there like it was nothing. I would love to have been a part of that. There is no deal. You and Mathis are two sides of the same coin. A couple of rooks fighting for a spot in the fleet. Only problem is that he is down a sheep and you are not, which puts you ahead. Just barely. Who knows? Maybe he'll get lucky and you won't make it off Suvorov in one piece. Fine. Then get moving. Were my instructions unclear? What do you want?
this important? Because I'm pretty sure you've been given orders.
Were my instructions unclear?
Tell us what the future holds for the Crimson Fleet.
You want?
Changes are coming, Gale. Huge changes. Crimson Fleet will soon be a much bigger player in this little game between the members of the settled systems.
That's quite a bold statement. Would you care to elaborate?
Well, let's just say that I'm on the brink of a score so large, it makes everything else pale in comparison. Beyond that, you'll just have to wait and see.
If you aren't willing to discuss the details, why grant SSNN this interview?
Simple. I refuse to allow the UC to spin or bury the story, making it sound like they're in complete control of the situation. I'm gonna tell you right now, they aren't.
Why does the Crimson Fleet need to make this mysterious move that you're being so evasive about?
Don't you have business on Superwall?
I know SysDef instructed you to draw this meeting out as long as possible. So let me sum this up. I intend to make sure that the Crimson Fleet becomes the United Colony's worst nightmare. And nothing, I mean nothing in this universe, will stop me from achieving that goal.
There are those that would disagree with you and claim this interview is grandstanding, or worse, a recruitment tool. After all, SSNN reaches every corner of the settled systems, and your aspirations could inspire the directionalist to turn to the fleet.
You and the sheep that listen to your garbage can believe whatever the hell you want. If you were so worried about what I had to say, you wouldn't have allowed yourself to be brought here.
Tell us about your arrest.
Oh, my arrest was spectacular. Definitely one for the record books. UC Security sent an armada after our little fleet of ships and picked us off one by one until the remainder of us made it to the wheel.
For our listeners' benefit, that was the star station in orbit around Voli that you destroyed just before your arrest, correct?
You see, that's what they'd have you believe, but the truth is much less sinister. There was a firefight on the wheel when they tried to bring us in. We holed up, but UC Security unleashed hell. The damage they caused was catastrophic. We only surrendered so we wouldn't die when the station exploded.
Well, the UC says you set demolition charges to try and cover your tracks and make your escape.
That's their story. You'll have to go with your gut on what you think really happened. Anyway, they took us in and tossed us into the lock. That lovely resort they opened on Suvorov.
And you were imprisoned there for how long?
Well, it was supposed to be for life, Gale.
any day.
But I ended up serving 2 years before I decided I'd had enough.
Is there any particular reason that you started the riots that eventually led to the worst prison break in United Colony's history?
Are you talking to me?
Yes. I'm quite proud of that, actually. I honestly didn't think it would go as well as it did. As for the reason, it's simple. The UC were treating us like animals. The conditions in the lock were ridiculously bad and no one cared. That's why they stuck us on that ice ball in the first place. Out of sight, out of mind.